Impeccable timing as always. I'd heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. So have you learned aught more of the final days? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the first, events have taken a turn for the worse. The Science are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alice and Elfenord have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Amunus is one of the worst affected. Tancred, Estinian and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, your Stolan Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tatar and I have been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we have no signs of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortunal to the people of Radz Atana. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure a safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Elfenod, Alisai, Estinian and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortunalt. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you. Please, you must help them. No, I don't have time. I have to do something more important. Ending it all. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was the report to call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. And not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze But it's even on the ground that but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Science arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacias that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees came to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Upon departing from Magna Glacia, several customary plane instrument use outside sufficient time. Addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at such points. Earlier on Magna Glacias.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense. How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
I'm Elfinod. Heal, heal.
I'll command the
Heal.
beast's attention. See
Heal.
to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Leave it to me.
Those who can stand, come with me.
You're safe now. Easy now. Deep breaths.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
Hard, but not hard enough!
Oh shit.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
We're gonna play the Julius? No, okay, I thought that.
Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the wind.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Okay, so I get to play as the twins. Rare combo. Switch to all. Target all enemies nearby it. Heal. Increase damage. Okay, so. Oh, what? Yeah, one-shotting?
I'm fine.
Not today.
My question is, do I have to watch out for Grahas? HP?
I'm not done yet.
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Oh, so they fled here.
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Ah.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Yeah, he is a madman. A piece of shit.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone. Oh.
Huh. Huh.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
Almost.
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Oh my god, my carbuncle is not out, are you kidding me? Why? It was when I started. I have 2 shields now?
Just the beginning.
Oh, that's what
I had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
On your feet.
Leave the healing to me.
Ah. A bit of a low HP there, my friends.
Now, where were we?
Estinian.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
Oh.
More of them.
Xenos? You exist. Almost forgot.
Xenos! Here!
So what are you gonna do?
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
Yep.
Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
Wait. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry, yeah? I am. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
So I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Yes.
Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians.
He doesn't care for that, dude.
Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
No. Ha!
You bastard!
And he's gonna kill himself.
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
Would you be happy had I a good reason? Oh, now now Xenos is gonna make a amazing argument, I think.
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome?
Exactly.
If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone.
Yeah.
Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You know.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
What an offhanded comment, but possibly true. To see Xenos standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they don't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. The fuck is this hat?
No major injuries then. Good.
Nope.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
So...
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time.
Inside within the capital.
In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Neat.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Well, that's a rather long story.
Did you hear something just now?
Hmm? I mean, I feel they're just unused to or hungry. It's nothing scary. It's literally just they're hungry or something.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. And to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Are you not freezing? A bit?
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
What about you? Oh, but you fought, I guess.
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Okay.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom? Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Is he that bad at baking?
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit.
Really?
From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us.
Okay.
As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable.
Well, yeah, you see...
'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Ha! Good to have you back. Ha! Now that's taking the piss. Ha! Yeah.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Well, you're not gonna believe this.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Hey. I dare say Master Fortunal was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Hydaelyn's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? He may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rostra. I want to kill that fucking bird. Really badly. I guess it's not her fault. In the end. Actually. In reality. She was I mean, it's all Hermes' fault, to be honest. What a piece of shit. Oh. Me and Urianger? Yeah. Okay guys, you're not gonna believe this. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of the Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken the Loporites a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kryl tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelation did Hydaelyn's Elpis flower lead? Oh man. Okay, you're not gonna believe this. Okay, you guys are not as shocked as you should be. But I suppose I have time traveled before, so, or rather, we have all, almost. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. But were an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteion, or rather the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Etheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteion. Yeah, simple. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteion and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Well... Before Meteion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood. Wait, the implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Etheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Metaion? No. That's my impression too, otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Metaion, which is not easy. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Somewhere, fucking light years in one direction somewhere. Somewhere fucking completely beyond comprehension far away. Then communing with Hydaelyn must be necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenwald and other echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the anti-tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Form has found some other method in receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Is that even possible? Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They have finally taken us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. What if we told them we know the solution? Just that kinda impossible to fucking reach as of this moment. But we do have the bunnies, but can they really build a... The Forum is in session, and as such, the Rostra is closed to visitors. Well, you see, I'm the guest of honor. Scion of the Seventh Dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door, lest you forget the sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Well, fuck you. Okay, I'm going in. Hello there, are we doing the same thing? Probably, right? Yeah.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. that if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
I feel like her voice changed, huh? Did it not? Did her voice change?
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Greetings, everyone.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well.
Yeah.
As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after.
Wait, I haven't even finished the Labyrinthos yet as a zone. What the fuck?
Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
No.
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
Oh, okay.
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
This is like almost...
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino.
Wow, he actually shouted that. What?
Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration.
Ha.
I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Oh, even he.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Eidolon and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. As instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you make your own way there. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos, hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Da, 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 da. We're back. destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum is, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon lifts. Step inside and have Ophidian take you to the medial circuit. Oh yeah, my rebinding. There, there. We choose the lift, yes? Yes. Is this zone literally just gonna be running through it, then? Or what? I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha, on the other side of Marial Agronomics. Actually, there is something I have been meaning to... No, never mind. I can wait. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Ah. Does he want... Did he want to ask me about how to forgive and what is it called? Not have his children banished from the family name? Is that what he wanted? To ask how to do that? Oh yeah, don't I have like stuff here? Maybe I'll find something. Anyway. Let's do this while I am here. But as who? What? Healer. Need a healer class. Oh dear me. I don't think I care for this at all. Pressure sample. Young short specific. Retrieve the specimen. Okay, so I'm retrieving a specimen. I don't care for this at all. Where the fuck? Oh. Oh, I don't have those yet. Or anyway. Time to do this, and then this, and down you go, and above you go. And on to the next mission. I can't believe that there was only 4 here on the upper levels. Really? What the fuck? So I was only able to find a specimen meter. And we're just running around randomly all over the place to find a small ass troll in a multi-layered forest and caves and mountains. What do you expect will happen? The thing is, the only way to avoid the same fate that what would you call them? Amarutians? Faced is to not do what the Charlians are doing. Because doing as the Charlians would entail doing as the Amarutians did. And in so doing, meet our doom. But it's not entirely wrong either. So you can't live without them, but we need them to not be as single-minded as the Amarutians were. Oh, what? It's alive. Why do they have fishnet stockings? What? Sure. Let's go home, sweetie. And this is where he... No. Now I do really not care about this quest. I really do not care for this. A single bit. Thank you for the ether current. Now I move on. Back to where I was going. Why do I have so few spells? Everything is in the same button. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. Because I literally have one bar filled and then I don't have anything on my second bar. It feels so empty for an almost max level. And what is my level 90? It's just the upgrade to the summons. Like, my level 90 is literally just an upgrade to these. It looks so empty. Oh, I thought this place would be fucking important later on. Didn't think it would be 7 levels later on. We're to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regular. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on. How do you know so much about it? Why, a father brought me here as a child. Ah, and Alice didn't come as well. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind. When you went off somewhere with grandfather. That night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. Ah. Ha! Ha! So it's easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperites in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. I see. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Atheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for great exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the great exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of this, of their trust, your trust. Then let us proceed. I mean, I don't see us not including Sid Garland or Garland in this. There is no way we don't get help from Sid with this. He's the only one here who has any knowledge of machinery. By the decree of the Forum, the Signs of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit. Okay, here we go. Unexplored territory. Jesus. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars this way. Northwest. This place is pretty crazy. Northwest, so it has to be out here. Greetings. Gonna unlock that. North. I'm gonna have to spend like an entire day like getting my Reaper and White Mage up. I feel like I should use all my dailies on Reaper just because it's so fucking hard to queue for Reaper for doing anything. Because DPS queues. Is that the That's almost the starting gear. Neat. North. Oh, wait. Northeast. What? But it wasn't up there when I was up there. It is there somewhere. What? Son of a bitch. West, what? There. And this zone is really fucking great, honestly. So it would have to be Elpis, Labyrinthos, Mer, Lamentorum, Garlemald, and then Thavnir. Last. Dead last. Wait, how many have I collected? Oh, it's only 3 left. How many more can there be this way? Wait, does this make a full circle actually? Now that I think about it. Oh, I should do this. But why is my carbuncle missing? Oh yeah. Is he just standing there? Well, it's done now. There you go. And then off we go. Oh, I can make a full circle down. Collect everything on the way. You know, 200 or like 150k experience really isn't a lot, seeing as I need 10 million, but you know. It is what it is. Wait, why am I running? Looking like there's gonna be cutscene here, huh? I think it's on that rock, right? Yep. Back off. Feck off. And then there is one last one that's in... Oh yeah, in there. That I have missed. Hello, peoples. And you are...
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
We are new.
There are archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
Hello?
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace.
What a fucking dialect.
As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
True.
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Know of it? He...
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ins like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though.
Well, what if we could
We were
find it?
fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the northern empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Oh well.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with.
This guy.
Drive calls from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
So we're sending
Weren't we
me.
near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut? That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
I'm just calling up the entire world.
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Nah, he said the Titan.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Wood expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allegan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship.
Serena's voice was way better now than it was at the start.
I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
What do we do now? It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphanod has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting a rather lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? Heh. That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Oh, the girl, the one from Eureka. Yep, the one for Eureka. Oh no, it's the final day starting in Ulda.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must.
And her voice is bad again. What the fuck? Is she changing fucking voice actors every fucking half an expansion?
Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
Oh, it's Gosetsu's voice actor.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Chizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions, I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future.
Oh, which expansion?
You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Which expansion was it that had a good voice actor for Nanamo? I know there was one expansion where I thought her voice actor was good, but this one ain't it.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Aha!
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Greetings.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
We don't have any
None of the
elegant.
shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
No. Emmeline.
There you are. We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah.
dragons roar.
Ooh. Is that guy?
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Hmm? Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Oh, Soroban.
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
But you are a... Yeah. Good thing. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha, you've already done more than enough. If I had to say though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than than the average scholar. Well, you see, he does. Ha, if only Master Kakol knew how right he was. While he and Graha established a rapport. It's not report. Rap. But wait. Why don't we help with the preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. It would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you have a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busy in themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pah. A lot need all the help they can get. That lot need help. Well then, off we go. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Monteshaian mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Let me up. Hello. Are you one of the new helpers? No, but I'm here to help. Working on the ether burner. Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd chosen that over my current duties, checking and loading samples day in and day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plates as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when, a lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortunal and the others, hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Good question. Helping with the Ark, even with all the power Master Cockles managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived, horrible creature running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We have spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Oh yeah. New chess piece. Sure. Like the other one more though. Appearance wise. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so it'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, it's not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Wait. Communicated with them in such limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I'm not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy like the beheaded rabbit that ran by. You don't say. Oh, there. That's not the bash. Fancy meeting you here. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Etheris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all the time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and the best ways burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loperites acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continual reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing, rather than broadening, their perspectives. Maybe thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Royce. Son of a bitch. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important feature. Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. Mushroom-like thing. Tanks. Metallic tube. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because of those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see, that's how they drop the water. There's probably some sort of a spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. To store the water. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? All I can see through the window another pipe at the bottom. And this must be purified water drawn up from below. It looks like the trees in the greatest Elsewhere. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now it makes sense, that's where they store the water. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from the underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install it. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us lopperists, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Etheria sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thailand are built near an oasis. Their areas near waterfall are common sites for villagers to care about it. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Wherever we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. If we can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Elfano spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Lopperists will share their appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlene Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice that many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safer confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think that what would have become of us. Regrettably, to my hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, lopperites may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing sort of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Listicon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to living way and cooking way, and trust singing way and growing way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Coming along, growing way to the water extraction force. Thingy. I hope this water extraction worth it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray for follow me. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. We're all very lucky that Aetherius just happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources around water? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facility. In other words, where is the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Merial Agronomics. As I imagine Singaway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus. Wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? This sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Ariana will be telling me about. Even his incredible vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself, not to mention Aetherius will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook for no further delay. And I wanna get through this and then the finale. This is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruits and vegetables I found companion. I dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to farmers' crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever is in charge if they could be willing to part with a few samples. Cook is now accompanying you. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus, and I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do now. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim you. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, We'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment, so many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? I know what these are. Grapes, yes. Let's see if they're delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though it in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I like grapes. Yes, they are rather moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too, something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Did they eat the skin? Yes, that's equals part sweet and sour as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Leandre about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turn your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I had said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what is in the field over there. Oh yeah, can't do that. Color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. I've never tested pumpkin before in my life. But it's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures, masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense will try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? No. Far from it, cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there is anything even more delicious, how about that yellow fruit over yonder? Yellow fruit, wait, what is this? Oh wait, I mounted without thinking, but it worked out. What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, I'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. Huh? My tongue, is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Finish, have you? I trust you found something here. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss for me to spurn this opportunity. Oof. Bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its wild bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chef, this is simply breathtaking. My good chef. See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. And the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonizes over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must, if we're to survive. Such strength of will, now I know what title and season your kind. Mankind, Loporis, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations, since time immemorial, have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Etheria's species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Ryanja and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? It really is just fucking Venat's doing. I honestly don't know how I would feel if we have to kill Hydaelyn. I really don't know how to feel. There's no way, right? I really don't want to. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Limsa Lominsa is home to the Canary Guild and many less savory establishments. Yeah, Limsa represent. Would I had time to visit? The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Well, you see, I know of other way. Royus, I trust thy time at Merial Agronomics did bear fruit. Fuck you. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loporis there, should further question within my power to answer arise. Aww. Yes, that was indeed me verbalizing a sight to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at the Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? Not all. The Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, a place of utmost tranquility. I see. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. Oh, how ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Oh, no. Come on now. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy of their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Tancred. How didst thou fare? I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here. Despite news of that coming end, we have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried though, quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell that there is no cause for concern. Perhaps not, though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm odd in that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose I can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the western plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. Let's go, Rianjay. Go help. Tis as good a place as any. Come. Oh man. Oh, can I help you? No, but we might be able to help you. Or at least we can try. It is you who would help me in my anxiety truly so obvious. A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see. What they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We have never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown it in this great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the afterburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but well. Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our task, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment. What if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Gravitation. Maybe I can be of help here, after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. Neat. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insight born of experience. Might I prevail upon Loperites to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Reese, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loperite. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loperite, and every Loperite in their place. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. They designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons. But to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there definitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? One out of 8? Oh man, they're fucking building. They're forcing me to do so much. Just leave me to my misery. The form can point to someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under pressure? Oof. You know a starship pilot that I might speak with, truly? Well done, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Oh man, imagine being the pilot. Oof. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. This ritual has the support she needs. Oh man, dude. What the fuck? I have to run around and found 8 and the once I found isn't even... How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense. So I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. We're doing better than you are. The woman is doing better than you are, huh? Paired etherologist, blasted assistants, where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that the ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. The Loporits are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy souls. 24 times, 24 times. My face, what's wrong with my... Oh, perhaps I'm a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna and only the proper fauna are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loporits in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely feel thank you. Well, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Yes you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without the bloody slip pay parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. Capricious researcher. Haha, the end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. Yet I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond help. You look anxious. Hyperventilating engineer. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need support at any moment. And if the hull is designed, if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Fuck this quest. This is the worst quest of expansion. 56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds, rip one out, add one to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the... Distract? What the fuck are you doing? Eep, I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversations, partners, and oh, so fuzzy, goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Man, what is this quest? This quest sucks massive balls, dude. Holy shit. Level-headed engineer. Concerns? Nah, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. This open seems to be helping. Man. Okay, we have one here. Apologies, but I'm waiting on delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. There's nothing on this side, I presume. But I've been around the block now. This quest sucks massive balls. I'm not gonna lie. This may be the worst quest in the game. Yeah, this is by far the worst game, or by far the worst quest in the game. I haven't, there's literally doesn't exist a worse quest in the game than this. Skeptical researcher, have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked for them, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on gods know what made by gods know who. Go ask them. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing, I hope they like questions. They love everything. There you are, you fucking piece of ass. Tired leader. And is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for battles now, so my back feels like a void since played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. Oh, there you are. Ponderous mathematician. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insights into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Can this be done? Behold, through thine efforts word has spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily to a far greater number than we anticipated, living way doth gather most loporits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attention, watch over them, I prithee. Oh, can I just move on now, please? Please? Let me just unlock the new soul.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial.
He has the patience of a saint.
Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
He truly is a saint.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? Hmm?
Master Louis Soir, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Rita.
Oh there! Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Oh. It's the...
Yes, I am.
Oh no. Okay, here, the moment has come. Oh, the moment has come. The moment has come. Okay, Urianger. You have leveled up. You can take this. Oh no.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Be sure that I'm fine. I am. Full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that I was in your company, as difficult as it was to accept their kindness. It would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Oh my god. of anxiety over Charlie and Hamlet has thinned them to more manageable levels. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporits. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Addisale. As I saw her, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out of the west gate. I go to myself, but we both know whose help she's less likely to score. Not to mention that much of my misfortune, I can think of several other things that I ought to be doing until later. What are you doing here? Help. No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks, are you sure? What exciting tasks are there? I just helped search for fucking people. Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples. Try not to be too rough with them. Alphonse should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. The request samples. You have 3 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail or enter the result? Shortcuts. There's a fucking fate in the way. Oh, you're looking at the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Well, I have nothing to do. Ha, then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Emporia to begin with, so was I. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Emporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, delighted and they look, and not everyone has your delicate I suppose we should let someone know that we're finished. Theopoldin is in the courtyard, we can report to him. Oh, they're taller than me now. They were one of few of the characters that are actually shorter than me. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Huh. Then soon me and Thancred will be the shortest characters. Funny. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought sample from Charlene Hamlet, series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortunal's children, are you not? Elfinod and Elisee at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it? Quite. I have been friends with your parents since our days at the studio. I remember you when you were, high-waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's knowledge, no less. You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait right there. You will find forum representatives waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept waiting too long. Never mind, I've no doubt I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Oh, you're not one of the Signs of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Well, you see, we're waiting for stuff. The Thurplin's paperwork. I was beginning to where he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Signs succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum. So we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlene has ever been a nation of the curious. To be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to steam your pursuit of truth. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. Fuck it. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we wanted to ask to hear. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must say something. Well, as you know, part of why the Leveilleur name garners such respect in Charlotte is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came abroad, the New Krem's hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'tis why Nynkremth tis why Nynkremth's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, eh? The Archon Louisois looked out not to Nynkremth's words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisois lived by that personal creed. He used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Forchnalt could not reconcile Louisois' deed with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers. A philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Forchnalt agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? God's no Forchnalt's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was. With a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to the proper place, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Gaha, surely Cockle hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Al and Cyan have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you? Can you spare this time? Yeah? Perfect. This shouldn't take long. It's okay. Nope, don't like those. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Cockle wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to the anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Cockle's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-respected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustments will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. I honestly would prefer less intrusive background music at the moment, like when I'm doing stuff like this. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-expected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask you to put them down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Sure. Wait here if you would. Did everything go smoothly out here? Yeah? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Cockle will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Alagans' efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud of course being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was his infamous technologist Ammon. Ammon was did he remember his life as Hermes? I believed he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? That would make sense, yes. We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Ammon to resurrect Emperor Sunday. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Sunday's return, Ammon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Sunday been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Ammon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Ammon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in that distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet... To reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musings for now. Why don't we see how Cuckold is getting on? That's a very shitty hat. Phew, I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha. But there's not much left for you to do, for you lot to do. Less you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do, only... I hate wasting. I want that adamantite and I want it now. We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish this sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get you gone. I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses of your time. However, I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. Okay, I'm gonna go grab the last aetheryte and then do all the quests, and then do this quest because I'm gonna look flying them. has to be here then. How have I missed you? Numa. Oh, what am I to do? Sun seems to run away. Ah yes, simply put, my wife and I work at the party and she happened to see whilst we were living here in Charlie. I shared my sleepless nights wondering if she would quit her job to leave the events or just shed her friends for us. After we decided to continue working on the racing shed here, after all, the teacher was not very much used for us. They chase however the magic to prevent us from revealing anything controversial is to pretend to use with us children. Of course we cannot allow it to live on to run freely, there's no telling what he might impart onto those others. Okay. So a child that's lived here their entire life is bored out of his mind. Next to a veterinarian and market you see, amongst the troops to this I came out with this commission. I took procreation and was a sort of something to try to repay the everybody's body is less so I turned to like to show deployed recall the piece I take of the start to return back. Otherwise should I take a so I need to calm down some trolls. Oh, it's you. Hello there. No, wait, is it? No, it's not. Oh. Your visitor shown aren't you? The character the basis what is he mentioned? Another world. Is that meant to be a jest? The look on your face tells me you're serious. Before I leave for Libana, one of the directors thought to the Christmas proposal. Who are you? Son of a bitch. How many times do I have to catch him? I'm not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me, but try to tell me for this. The color of the artificial light here changed. Fine, I shall tell you what I've seen. The color of the changed. I'm sure most people haven't noticed when you're playing real life. So no one will take me serious when I bring it up now because of my age got into big fight for it. It's electricity dated. Who knows what could happen if the artificial sun broke? So I can't go home just yet and I need to go to put on this first. I'm scared to mention myself to my own there I don't suppose you will convert me. I can pay you as much money from my past. You don't need to pay me. I thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. See, this is a proper deal, alright? You gotta take my money to make it binding. And it says, I don't, well, want your money. Your money's shit. Fuck you. Oh no. We are forget fucking soul cell. What the fuck? Power of Aksha. Pakistan. I mean, I never helped your Stola. So that's the only one left. And if I don't help her, then it should be... Or well, she's the only one I haven't interacted with. But yeah. For me, yeah. Everything I say, which you pray feeling is right, and most things can you know my social spine. Should wait till your companions are about to turn up sooner or later. Come on, let's just get to the new zone. Or the last zone.
All set, I take it?
Hello there. Ostinian.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
Estinian doing that? Lol.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Yeah. Have our adamantite come yet?
Had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end.
That sounds like a really good idea. Let me fucking tighten this bolt just as the fucking thing flies
For their
off.
part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Kryl.
Is it
Your
here?
special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbour at once.
Oh, you have to go to the harbor or whatever.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Yep. Oh, I get teleported. Thank you. Where is this?
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news.
Uh-oh.
A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbour. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Hmm? Is it due to all the people that came?
Now, where might this delivery be?
Yeah, that was what I was wondering.
Oh.
They came with a bit of excess, didn't they?
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Literally every single continent came in. Oh, but...
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
Dude, this character.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Ha, competition.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Fuck you, Emmeline.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Yeah, you tell him, Sickard.
Take that back.
You tell him. You tell him, Sickard.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements.
So that's the reason they showed up, really.
Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our Dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause. Suzaku
Lending.
and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
Oh wait, that's the Stormblood Alliance raid. Oh.
Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
It's a good thing I've done all of these.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the names fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Oh my god. Of course. She has been spending the never your households.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
Nah. Nah. What the fuck?
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Wait. Oh my god.
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos.
Of course, reoccurring character.
She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
He can't say shit, can he?
To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Neat. Here he comes.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
And he brought Alpha.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
My new favorite ship.
Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius.
Neat.
He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter.
Of course.
What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard.
How much do we have
I
now?
admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kral's message. So few scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Wait, Idleshire's treasure hunters. Have I done that? That might be something I missed.
I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kit to our side with an astounding quickness.
Yeah.
The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Khan not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you.
Homunculus.
Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere.
Okay, so he's not. So they're not. Okay, so they're ether.
Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
Neat.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Literally every single character in existence is here.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
I can't when I hear that. Fucking.
Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent.
14.
Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Well, I guess. So what are you gonna say? So what? How are you gonna say this?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
Oh. Oh. He wants to help, but he doesn't.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger.
They are the first ones, generally.
Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
Oh man, why do I have to say the words? Why do I have to? Ah, shit. Lend us your strength, our moment of triumph is close at hand with me.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Orderly, huh? Surely. Oh yes. I'm literally gonna sit 10 hours straight in Charlian, Old Charlian. It's too good. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. For meanwhile, Father issued us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hylian may be contacted. We are to meet him in Aporia when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method of speaking with her is not without risk. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrive with the Adventite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so then you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. Oh my god, back to this. It's for too long. Let me speak with Hydaelyn, for fuck's sake. Jesus, dude. I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clary Lane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Let me speak with fucking Hydaelyn. What? I haven't. It's still the same quest. You're with Master Fortunal, yes? Fortunal, yes. Yes, step inside his lift here. Show me to Hydaelyn. Right now. For fuck's sake. From here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret. Thaumasin. It marks the beginning and the end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Let me see Hydaelyn. She's been alone for what? Like fucking a million years. I bid you welcome to Thaumasin. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft. The better to reduce fuel consumption, miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed from for further modification. We shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of our allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I don't care. Give it to me. For fuck's sake. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Yes. labyrinth of sea complete. We make for the lift at the center of the chamber. Come. I want to run over there because it's cooler. God damn. Okay. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thalmasin. No sooner did the Form decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Aetascope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Aetascope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know, I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aetascope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it we can watch and guide you. If those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such pockets, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that it will extract you too early or too late. Who remains? Please allow me. Yep, Kryl, of course. Makes sense. I have thought upon this much, and, in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events of the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in your vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortunault has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? Every time. Every time, Kryl. I can think of none I trust more, compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. Haha. Estinian with the humor. You flatter me. But rest assured that I'll be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. So this is gonna be a dungeon? It is the Atascope. But there's no way I'm gonna find a queue as a DPS at 4 in the night. Right? Can I be bothered to wait? It's a fucking... No. Man, headwear sucks. I found a tank. Okay, that's worth queuing. There's a tank queuing. There's actually a tank queuing at 4 in the night. It's worth trying to queue. Healers are so much easier to find than tanks. Oh look, there's people waiting here actually. Maybe. No. This person is probably done. And maybe this one as well. 89. I barely hit it. Lime chocolate is not a bad taste. But I feel like the lime flavor here is too strong. Let me in! Let me in! There we go, there we go, there we go. Haha, 2 cat girls, 2 fucking dragon girls, okay. Well, I see we have a group of culture right here.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me?
Yeah.
Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Oh my god. I would really prefer if the fucking carbuncle didn't disappear randomly. Will I have time? Yes. No. Oh. Hello? Oh. Okay. Illbird. You dare to show yourself again? Hello? Really? Oh, what? What was that? What's that? In a rush of a familiar wisdom, the memory of your principal sign takes form. Oh, like that, huh? Wait, they're still out there. I guess something's gonna be different this time. They're gonna move or something. I'm safe. I don't know what
Follow the
artifact.
flow of ether. It will guide you.
Okay. The guide mentions
The
something
ether is too
artifact
dense.
something.
Ah, I'm losing you.
We're fine. What the fuck was that? Is that Arbert's axe? Oh my god, I'm fucking up. Oh, neat. A ring, that's fucking big upgrade. Rings are so hard to get. Skip Garuda. Taxation. Okay, so that's what the deal is. And he had a shield, so I didn't have to attack him. Man, it's better to use my shield and hope that I block something rather than just sit on it, I suppose. What's that? Something of something. Okay, he's gonna shield himself again. No point in popping a CD, I think. There we go. Jesus. We don't have Krylo with us anymore, do we? Okay. Feeling massive. Oh, Infilia. Greed. Hopefully the healer doesn't need it. Oh.
So bold, so headstrong, stubborn to the last.
Is that Van Daniel? It is.
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Amon. Fuck off.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer! The stage is set!
Does that mean? Yeah, okay, I thought so. Contract.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction!
Then what? What are we supposed to do with the Cartacol? Oh, he sailed. Ah.
My, what a boorish audience you are!
Yeah, we're getting saved on repeat. Contract. Wait, what was that again? It was just damage. I haven't used the summoner one. Nice. I actually got to use my fucking summoner LV2 as well.
Lies! All lies!
Fuck off. You piece
Your
of shit.
dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Fuck off. Get out of here. Get out of here, you fuck. I think everyone's left. Yep. What did I get? Treasuring of Slaying. An old book that looks like shit, right? Yes. I'll take care of that later. Let's go meet Heidelin. I know you're here! Tell me! Now die, please.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
What are you, a masochist?
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Can't really do that. Have you any memories of Metaion?
would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place.
So that means that is a straight line. If he remembers, then that means that Hydaelyn will remember.
In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly.
Fuck off.
But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth.
No.
I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall. To become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death.
That doesn't mean that doesn't allow you to decide that for everyone.
So I ask you, why live at all?
If that's not
We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth. My answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt.
Of course you are.
Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van still clinging to existence, I see.
But wait a minute.
You who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls, as do I.
But who are you?
We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Asahi?
Is that Asahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall, and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos.
Is that the part?
I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Man, you are beyond fanboy.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Fair. Good. Next time we will find the answers together. Fuck off. No. I'll do what must be done.
And what might that be? My wish is all but granted. To die and take you all with me.
Go now. Go now. Goodbye. Fuck off. Die now.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
But these aren't them, right?
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
Like, this isn't him. This is just his memory.
You had better hope not.
This is just memories, because they're not the real deal. It's just memories. Without the soul. Memories repeating what they thought in life, pretty much. But unable to adapt or overcome any kind of...
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Yes. Where are you? Venat?
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
What is that? You look different, yeah.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You're a bit different. This really makes me fear that we might have to fight you as a boss, which I really don't want to.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute.
Then Thancred can't go there. Thancred doesn't have ether. He would die immediately. So Thancred can't go, no matter what. Like if Thancred goes, he's instantly pop, bloop, gone. And Y'shtola would be unable to perceive anything.
Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, The inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return.
Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Wait, what was the question again? Okay. Thank fucking God. During this quest, when using the Trust System scenario mode, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of scions. Some of these roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Additionally, you may now enter the 8th scope with a party of MSQ. I mean, I have to do this as a... I have to do it like this, right? There's no way I couldn't do it like this when presented with opportunity. This... okay.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth. Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue. We're near or far.
Oh, whoops. Oh, I failed. Oh, I missed one. Oh, there's a tank on the way.
And now this.
Be gone!
Light unyielding.
You're mine!
I have have you now.
Hold still.
I'll stand with you, Shola. That seems like a good idea. No, I fucking...
I will not hold back.
By blade!
You're mine!
I will not hold back.
I have you now.
Light unyielding!
My turn!
There.
By
Everyone
blade!
backed off. Okay.
Allow me.
Crystals of light! To me! Here!
You're mine!
The song of creation's end! Feel!
You're mine! Be gone!
The sorrow at hope's demise! Think! And find your way in the darkness!
There! I have you!
You underestimate me.
The fact that they can't
Try
fucking...
and stop me!
Follow your light!
Run away.
Or fly, my children, and never look back!
I didn't even take damage.
Then you are resolved.
With heart and steel.
What?
But this test is far from over. By crystal's light!
Let's give them a show.
Make ready!
Oh, I didn't use...
Light unyielding! Refulgence eternal!
Allow me.
What was I supposed to do? Okay, like that.
You underestimate me!
My turn!
This will hurt.
Where near or far!
Oh. Oh. I even have a fucking...
Allow me.
baby mode.
Well,
You can die
or
once.
low.
Oh, I guess because they can't have it.
Together
They
we shall
can't
overcome this.
have me go down because it would
Right
have me.
off.
Okay, so so basically I get one death probably, right?
I have you now.
Oh, I forgot to use slipstream.
By blade.
I can't stack with them.
I will not hold back.
There.
Succumb not to fear.
Ow, vulnerability stacks.
Be gone!
I will not hold back.
There.
Where near or far.
But
There. I have you now.
I have you. Something special for you. My
okay,
turn.
I'm getting bailed out. I should have died twice now.
There.
I will not hold back.
Light unyielding.
But he ran away from me.
I will not hold back.
That was not my fault.
You underestimate me!
Well, I didn't deserve to kill it anyway, so it's fine.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue. Where near or far.
I don't think that's the same as the thing I've been fucking
And
getting
now
by.
this.
Be gone!
Light unyielding.
I have you.
You're mine!
You're mine.
Dude. I'm getting saved by
This
virtue.
will hurt.
By blade!
Am I dumb? Can I learn?
Something special for you.
We're near or far.
Okay, so when it was two red like ball thingies, that's when you get in. Oh my god, I forgot about the light. And that's to get away.
By blade!
It's not to get away, it's to get away in a cross.
Crystals of light, to me! Here! The song of creation's end! Feel! The sorrow at hope's demise. Think!
I will not hold back.
And find your way in the darkness.
Gloves are off. I will not hold back.
Comes alone on this side.
Be gone!
Together we shall overcome this.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved.
With heart and steel!
But this test is far from over. By crystal light.
My turn!
Oh my god, I forgot to say it like again. And it's so...
Light unyielding.
Oh my god, you're kidding me. Oh, I keep dying. Are you fucking serious?
Refulgence eternal.
Together we shall overcome this.
No, I wasted damage. Crystallize.
You cannot stop us!
Crystallize staff. Bronze mantle.
This will hurt!
Okay.
We're near or far. We're high or low.
What am I doing?
There! There!
blade!
What?
You underestimate me!
So stupid. How do I keep getting hit by this?
Succumb not to fear!
There! You cannot stop us!
This will hurt.
Oh, that hits me. My stupid.
My turn!
Green staff.
Light unyielding!
I will not hold back.
You're mine!
Stingy, you bitch. Stack.
Be gone!
My turn!
Where near or far!
Okay, thank God.
No. I have you now.
Okay. Not griefing right now. Imagine if it's still in the LB3. Now we would be so much closer than if we stole ahead to. Or maybe it's, I don't know.
I have you now.
Okay, that's the getaway in cross.
There! Something special for you.
Gloves are off.
I played so bad. So bad. Don't you dare die from this.
At last, man has the strength to.
Don't you dare die. For the love of God, please. Please don't die. Seriously, please don't. Please don't.
No, this can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azam, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over. Of this, I have no doubt, for yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
I'm glad to see you all. I'm glad to see you well. Though it could wrathfully place your souls deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Heidelin is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Mateon if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse, the moon and the Charlian's arc. I'm all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy. Despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day? Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.